Oh boy, I think we made it. I think we made it. It says we're live. It says there's a couple people here. So if you're here, shoot another comment off and let me know. It's going to be a fun night. Very excited to get this going. Hello, hello everybody. Welcome to the first Travis RC live stream right here on YouTube on the Travis RC channel. Make some camera adjustments here. The idea originally is that all of this would have been figured out already, but this is how she goes sometimes. So I'm going to take a second here just to share this video off in a couple of groups or something here. Give me one quick second. Hope everybody's doing good on this fine evening. All right. Hello, hello, if you're just coming in. I'm gonna give people a couple minutes to get logged in here, chill out, catch your breath. Hope you guys got snacks. Did somebody bring beer? Hope somebody brought beer. Give me just a couple minutes here, guys, and we will get rolling. We'll talk some shop. We'll start building a race car here. I've got a lot of things kind of ready to go. Appreciate you stopping by if you were here. Yeah, sorry that I didn't get rolling right away, right on the dot like I had planned, because you know how it goes. You plan for something and you think you're ready and that everything's great, and then all of a sudden it's not. That's just my luck. But it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, let me do one more quick thing here and then we will be good to start ripping into bags for the first time. I'm a little scared about this one though, I'm not gonna lie. So hopefully there are some folks here that have built a B7. I have a setup sheet and I'll post a link to it. I have a setup sheet that my buddy Dustin Spallone made for me here. And I'm going to try to build it off of this. Do I need to? No. Am I going to? I'm going to try. Oh, let's see. TW Saunders. Hey, how are you doing, man? Shanton's on point. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Yeah, electric screw gun. I don't know where this came from. This could have been Menards or something. I mean, I know it's nothing like a Milwaukee or something, and it's certainly not as expensive as one, but it works. You know, it has the torque setting. It's got a little battery indicator, which is pretty rad. And I mean, this thing, I mean, I built the whole Techno kit without any issues. So I'm a fan so far. Yes. So yeah, we're setting up to run on carpet is the idea here. There aren't very, well, I don't know if there are any dirt tracks close. Hey, Tyler, how are you doing? I believe Tyler is an associated driver, so he'd be a good person to help me out. If I run into anything, I'll be in and out of the chat throughout the night. If you have, I'm going to have lots of questions, man, but I appreciate it very much. And of course, I'll hit you up. You're always super great if I ever send you a message or anything. Let's see. Yeah. Yep, so this is the standard B7. We are running on carpet. I don't know that there are any dirt tracks that are within a few hours of me. I think there's a lot more carpet, though, than anything. All right, here, let's see. Bear with me one more minute. And then once I finish this very quick thing up, I will make sure I send a link to this setup sheet that we're going to be basing the build on here. I don't know where my browser went. Just trying to share the link a couple more spots here. I don't know that very many people have done builds on a stream similar to this, so I thought it'd be kind of neat to try out. You know, I did a regular kind of series for the techno build, and I think at this point, even with the techno build, I'm glad I did it, but it's a lot of work putting those videos together, especially if you want to make them as nice as you can. Okay, here we go. This is what I need. I will check the chat here in just a second, guys. All right. Hey, as I'm catching up here quick, and again, apologies for the delayed start. I use OBS for streaming, which I'm familiar with, and I use it for a couple other things, but getting it connected to the RC channel, as opposed to the wrestling podcast channel or the monster truck channel or whatever, it was an absolute nightmare. And when OBS works, it's freaking great, but when it's not, dude, it sucks. It absolutely sucks. So we're almost there. Not everything that I wanted to be ready is ready, but again, that's how she goes. So, all right, we're back. Here we are. All right. Okay. Chance. I like to hunt ruffed grouse, and my old pointer Chance was my first bird. Oh, that's awesome, man. Hell yeah. I haven't done a ton of hunting. I mean, my biggest thing, I live in Wisconsin, very rural, northern Wisconsin, and deer hunting is really the thing. I have a bunch of buddies that'll do duck and geese, and not so much grouse. Definitely pheasant, some geese. I pheasant hunted once, but I mean, as far as deer hunting goes, that is not. I don't really care for venison, to be honest. So I don't get that excited about deer hunting. So okay. Now for the setup sheet that I promised you here. Let me get that pulled up for you, and then we will start rolling. First question, if you are here, who has built a B7 before? I would love to know. I know Tyler has. If anybody else has built a B7, had a B7, let me know. If you have one, have built one before, what you thought of it, etc., etc. All right. Oh, where did the setup sheet go? I had it, and I lost it. It's not a link. It was sent as an attachment. So, I'll have to find a way to send the setup sheet out or something like that. I am going to send it to Tyler. My biggest thing that I have here is this is so different from 8 scale. And as far as like, you know, spacers and all this stuff goes, I don't really know what I'm doing. And I bought some spacers from 175 RC also. And I don't know exactly what all they do replace. So, I mean, guys, I'm going to be very lost here, and I'm just hoping that I can get through this without screwing it up. So, now that we have that out of the way, all right, we're all good here. Catching up on the comments quick. Brad, all right. Oh, dude, okay. So 2 weeks with the B7. So you're in Michigan, you're in the UP. Dude, so I work for Monster Truck Throwdown. I don't know if you're familiar. Okay, and you're not. Okay, so you're in Detroit now, or outside of Detroit. So we do a Monster Truck Throwdown. I work for them. Previously worked for Monster Jam. We do a show in Escanaba every year at the UP State Fairgrounds, and that's always a super fun one to do. What's up, Grizzly RC? I subscribe to your channel, find it interesting. Not a racer, more of a basher, but I thought about starting off in spec class. Yeah, dude. So Arizona, what's going on, Josh Miller? Yeah, so if you're new to the channel or you don't know the story or everything, yes, there is a B7D for dirt also. That seems kind of be the MO for manufacturers, as far as I can see. Grizzly, oh, you live in the Dells. Okay, so I live up in Chautauqua. So I'm, what is it? I don't know, 2 hours north of you, right on 53 there. So that's rad. You got any tracks down by you there? Yeah, so if you don't know, so I work with real monster trucks. I had some bashers. I had a couple low C LMTs. I had an X-Max, and I decided I wanted to sell them. All of them. I just didn't get the joy out of bashing anymore. Super Jason, how's it going, man? Appreciate the subscribe. I wasn't getting the joy out of bashing and fixing and all that. And, you know, it was fun to play with play on real monster truck tracks that, you know, I built myself with the toy monster trucks. I love doing that, but okay, guys. Here we go. So first things, so we have a couple upgrades we're putting on this right off the gate. Monroe, Wisconsin. Okay, I think I know which one that is. So bell cranks and the steering rack. Obviously the kit comes with plastic. If you've built a B7, you're aware of this. We have aluminum steering rack and bell cranks. Straight out of the gate. That's always one of the more important things people say you should do. So we're going with that right away. TW Saunders. First kit I built was this one right here. Techno EV48 2.2. I decided to go 8 scale buggy for my first race car. That's what we got. I did a whole build series on that too earlier this year. You can check that out. I did a vlog of my very first RC race with it, and it went really well. So this is the second kit, but this is going to be really different in comparison, especially because we're going off a setup sheet, and I don't understand what a lot of this shit on here is. For example, bump steer spacing. I don't know what that means. Ball stud spacing, I can figure out that space is under the ball studs. Now front bulkhead spacing. There's some other stuff on like axle height. I don't know how axle height works. KPI, I don't really understand that. There's a lot of shit on here I don't understand. TW is looking for recommendations on nitro dirt cars. Super Jason, what do you think of that ET48 2.2? I really like the buggy. The build went really smooth, minus one setback. One of the differential ring gears was milled improperly, and the bearing wouldn't fit on it, so I had to wait for them to send me a new one. And their support was great, but TW Saunders. If you're familiar with Ryan Harris's channel, he did a really good video on the Techno Nitro buggy, and he's done them, I believe, on other ones also, like Associateds and whatnot. But the ball stud spacing will be on the rack you're building. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to get everything laid out here that's in this bag. So here's ball studs and pivot balls. Is that what you call those, the blue pieces that you put the links on? Pivot balls? One thing that I like about this Associated manual compared to the Techno manual is the Techno manual gives you the parts and everything as you're going through it, but what it does not do is it doesn't tell you what the parts are called. And that annoys me as somebody that just wants to learn that. Saunders, it's Ryan Harris, Ryan Styles Harris. He's a very, I'd say he's a pretty popular RC YouTuber, if not, honestly, the most popular. Ryan Styles Harris, he's freaking awesome. Learned a lot from his videos. Okay, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here. Okay, so first things first is the steering rack and bell cranks here. So bearings, we are going to need thread lock because we are using the aluminum. Pit mat twin, what's up, Caden? Wiedenhammer. Weldenhammer? Wiedenhammer? I'm really sorry. I in my mind, I saw Wienerhammer, and that's just, I can't help it. I'm a disgusting human. All right, we got a couple washers that came with these. What is it? The bell cranks, I believe. Pit mat twin, yeah. Yeah, I have this Techno pit mat. But there's a company called Suction Stickers that made decals for me, and they made a wrap for my transmitter and for my battery charger. Actually, let me show you that here. So I have the Gens Ace D300 charger, very popular, but they made a wrap to match the Techno buggy here. We got the logo. And they are also making a pit mat for me with artwork. And as somebody that is new, is any of that necessary? Abso-fucking-lutely not. But we're doing it because we can, I guess. Yeah, you know, my last name is Sewilo. It's pronounced Swillo. And somehow, I couldn't believe it, the timing system at the one track I was able to go to this year pronounced it mostly correctly. I was absolutely shocked. All right, I'm getting distracted here. The company is Suction Stickers. I don't believe they have a website. Look them up on Facebook. I believe it is a husband-wife team out of Washington that kind of do it on the side. Suction Stickers. They are freaking awesome. Yeah, they did a great job designing the transmitter and battery charger wraps to go along with the body. And speaking of the body, literally about 30 seconds ago, my painter, DRC Graphics on Facebook, sent me the pictures of my completed B7 body. So fingers crossed I can get the car done on Friday and take this thing to Dollar Hobbies in Woodbury for some practice and then race on Saturday and have the body to go with it. That'd be freaking sweet. Okay. So, I'm getting distracted here. I'm already slightly confused. Okay, so okay, my first problem here is on the plastic steering rack, there is only one hole for the ball studs. On the aluminum, there are two. So I guess I will just match up to, just put them next to each other to figure out which hole I need. So it's the outermost hole on the steering rack. And which way is up? Okay. Okay. Comparing. Okay, so there's two different size ball studs in here. It says to use the 8mm ball stud, so go flip over to the size chart that's on here and compare for the actual size. Nope, that's too short. Okay. So I need you, and I need you. And I appreciate everybody's patience as I go through this here. 17 people. Hey, I appreciate you guys. I didn't think we'd have that many people watching. Very, very cool for the first stream. So, okay, so these go on. These do have washers to go along with them. Tyler, if you're still here, let me know. I have a question. I don't know. I guess I don't know if anybody else is familiar with this. I bought this 175 RC aluminum spacer kit for this car, but I don't know if like I only use them for ball stud spacers or whatever spacers, or if these are also supposed to be washers too. I'm not really sure where all I can put these. If anybody has any insight, I would love to know. It's the B7 aluminum spacer kit from 175 RC. I don't know if you can hear my dog howling upstairs. I don't know what his deal is. I don't know if you can hear that. That's awesome. He's a husky. They do that. Okay. Yeah, this is my first roadblock, and I haven't put anything together because I don't know if I can use the orange here or not, I guess. Any of the blue ball stud washers, spacers, anywhere in the car are used in addition to the blue spacers included in the kit. So I'm guessing that probably includes like what I'm doing right now. So I guess I'll just throw them on and hope it works out. I don't know. I mean, I can always get more or whatever later, but... dump those out. Set them off somewhere where they'll be safe. And then... I think that's the same thickness. I can't even tell what that is. 1 millimeter. Okay. Okay, so theoretically, I wonder then if it's like all the same, words are hard. If it comes with the same amount and the same size as the spacers, I wonder. All right, so we'll use this. We'll throw these on here. Get these extra ones out of here. So now that we have that. So I don't know if there might only be like one or two other, maybe 1 millimeter spacers. So okay. Anyways, let's get rolling here. Okay, so we're using the outermost hole on the steering rack, and we're using Loctite. I'm not gonna bust out the power drill just yet. So make sure I have the orientation right on this. Get a little paper towel ready here in case we need it. I guess I'll start it by hand here. Might make my life a little easier. That orange and blue looks good. Probably can't see it super well. Doesn't focus very well. I have a couple production things on my Christmas list this year. One of them being a new GoPro, which would be nice because that way I can use that as a webcam instead of my cell phone. That'd be neat. Oop. The GoPro that I have now that I used in my racing vlog is a 7, so it's not a very new model by any means. And I cannot use that as a webcam, at least not very easily. And it sucks in low light, so. All right. Ball studs, orange spacers on steering rack. It's our first assembly complete. Okay, now we need to take we need bearings. It looks like it's supposed to go in here. Yet, it is not going in here. Does it only go on the bottom? Yep, so it must be a smaller bearing on that top side. Maybe? Here we go. Ah, see, man, I hate that. The bearings are falling out. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. They are the same size bearing. Okay. Has anybody else in here built a B7 before? Curious to hear from you and what you think of it thus far. I find it interesting the steering rack comes with bearings and the bell cranks do not. Yeah, yep, nope, I think you're on that point. Yeah, I think, yeah, after looking at it, they're all the same size. And the bell cranks need bearings as well. And those are the same size bearings. Yeah, I will say, looking through this manual, the steps don't seem to be as separated out as they were in the Techno build that I did, the 8-scale buggy. I will say that. It seems like some of the parts for other steps might be in here and whatnot. So bearing. All right, Tyler, if you're in here, my question for you is there anything on that setup sheet that I need to, I guess, consider in the next few steps here? Because I'm not really sure. So ball stud spacing, it says 1 millimeter. Okay, so that makes sense because we do have a 1 millimeter spacer. So I think we're good on that. See, this is goofy. This is one thing I don't like. It shows, and I mean this is just my ignorance, but it shows a bearing, or yeah, it shows a washer and then a bearing underneath of it. But that washer is just to show that it goes up here, and then it shows the same washer again before the ball stud. Okay, Casey, it's crazy to me how blowing up the dirt stuff, or the dirt oval stuff has gotten in RC. It's really cool. But yeah, that's one thing that surprised me when I kind of got back into things here. Okay, so here's another question. Looking at the setup sheet, I don't particularly see where it wants us to mount the ball studs on the bell crank. Like, I know what it has in the manual, what stock is, but I don't know if that's pointed out on the setup sheet. Steering bell crank position is up. Okay, I think that's in the next step. So I don't think I'm worried about that yet. Where do I find the total insert on here? That might help me. Kick up angle? I don't really know what kick up angle is. I don't see anything on the setup sheet that talks about, oh, there it is, kick-up angle, plus 2.5. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Is that the bulkhead? Oh. Okay, so Tyler is wonderful. Anytime you're putting a ball set in, check the setup sheet to see what size space to go under. Yep, I did find that, so I'm good on that part. I did find that. Yeah, the setup sheet, and I did send it to you to take a peek at. I don't see where it says... The rack height isn't, yep, the same as the setup sheet. Yep. So I think I got that part figured out. It's for the washer under the bearing. It actually does get installed between the bearings. Oh, shit. Okay, well, glad we didn't get too far on that part. Take one of these bearings out of here. Oh, no. No, that goes in the steering rack. Okay. So that washer is see, in the instructions, though, it says there's only 2 washers. So I think I'm getting a little confused there. So yeah, on bag 1, step 1, it only shows 2 washers, not 4. Because when I have those bearings in, they do, I mean, they set flush. I think. You guys, once we start rolling on this and start figuring things out, we're gonna be golden. But right now, we're in a phase of trying to figure shit out. Maybe they don't sit as flush as I thought they did. Okay, so if we need a washer, let's see if I can figure out which ones are supposed to be. Okay, so yeah, Tyler, I'm not sure if I'm following you on this one. Unless the way that the aluminum one is constructed differently than the kit. I'm trying to understand that. Because there is a divider in there so that the bearings aren't on each other. Oh, I totally believe he's right. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Because there's a divider in here that keeps the bearings from touching already. My head hurts, guys. We're on step 1. Bag 1, step 1. And my head already hurts. So, ball stud washers, 1 millimeter, okay? Well, so that's goofy. Yeah, so the way that they have this in the instruction manual or whatever for the aluminum rack does not make sense in this case. Very goofy indeed. So I'll take another aluminum ball stud washer. And that goes in the bottom. The tricky part is trying to get it to not fall all the way through. Oh, it's too small. What? How is this happening? I'm struggle bussing. Pain is life. Pain is life, man. I don't get it because okay, let's break this down. So it says on the aluminum one we need the washer in there. But I mean it actually doesn't. It just shows it. Yeah, that's where I'm getting confused. On the aluminum steering rack sheet, it says there's only 2 ball stud washers that are getting used. So, why can't I get... Okay, so if I use the ball stud washers here, I'm trying to figure out... I mean, it just falls all the way through the rack. It doesn't stay in there. I didn't think I'd be this frustrated already. We just started. What the hell? Okay. Everything's fine, guys. Everything's fine. Okay. Yep. Well... So I can see the washers are supposed to go in there, but I can't get them. That's another thing with this, is everything's just smaller, right, than it is in 8 scale too. Yeah, I cannot get the ball stud washer to stay in there. Yeah, it's too small, it just falls right through. So what am I doing wrong? Thanks, Tyler. I'm an idiot. So put the washer in on the top first. Snap, ball stud washer, and then bearing. Look at that, guys. We're learning. Oh boy. Okay. All right, I think we got it. Oh. Well, if the bearing stopped falling out, that is. Jesus. Anybody in the stream that's doing any racing this weekend? If I have it my way, I will be, but TBD. Because it's going to take us a while to get this done if we can't get past bag 1, step 1. All right. Top bearing. Top bearing. Washer. or spacer. Other bearing. Oh, okay, now you don't want to go in. Incredible. Incredible. Oh, and the other bearing on the other side fell out. Goodness gracious, guys. Come on. That's a good tip. It's a good tip indeed. I don't think I don't have them out quite yet, but it looks like they're right here. Tyler said Trackside Hobbies, which is down, it's down by Milwaukee-ish area, right? For the 2025 Team Associated. So what's the Team Associated race? Is this a pretty decent sized event then? I know they're just coming off of the Vintage Championships last week, and that looked like a pretty cool event. Shan says, I'm hoping to get out first time 29 years next weekend. Just need to paint up a body and do the test. Yeah. Yeah, that's exciting. Can't imagine being out of it for that long. I had a couple RC cars when I was in like middle school. My parents took me to a track a couple times, but it wasn't, I don't really consider that much because I only went a couple times and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I like to think I know a little bit more as a 32-year-old man, but this part of the build is showing that maybe I don't. Okay. Who are some of the, I mean, not that I may or may not know any of them, but who are some of the guys that used to race back in the day? Alright, whatever. We'll stick those couple screws in there. These hat bushings or whatever don't go through the bearings, and I thought that's what they were for. Maybe not. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We're learning. We're learning. Alright. Now I will be moving on to the bell cranks. Okay, so that's just bearings. Doesn't look like there's any washers in there. Of course, correct me if I'm wrong, because we already know how capable I am of being wrong. That bearing does not sit flush in there all the way. Oh, it just popped out. I feel like that's supposed to be down in there more, but it's not flush. Why are you not sitting flush down there, buddy? I mean, it's the same... It's supposed to be the same size bearing as everything else. So, what is your deal? I tried a different one and that did the trick. So hopefully that one bearing doesn't become a concern later. All right, now from here, we have a ball stud that we put on the crank that has 2 holes, according to the manual. The other one has 1 hole. So in this setup sheet, it doesn't say which hole to put the ball stud on the bell crank. What do I do there? I don't know. We're going to do what the manual says, I guess. So on the left bell crank, we will take our... So now we're on step 2, guys. We made it past step 1. Fucking almost an hour into the stream. Which I know a lot of that was me screwing around and trying to get things figured out here. But... Now it also doesn't say to use any kind of spacer on this ball stud. So I guess we're not going to. So it says to use a 5mm ball stud, which is this tiny little guy here. It doesn't say to use thread lock, but if it says not to use thread lock, I'm not going to use thread lock. Okay, it doesn't tighten anyway, so it's fine. That's fine, everything's fine. Okay, so now it looks like we can put these pieces together. So steering hat bushing. Okay, and I'd be lying if I said that I know who any of those names are. I'm sure I've seen the names before. I mean, I'm sure I did. I watched some of the racing from the Associated Vintage Championships last week, and not a ton of it. No names that I'd personally really be familiar with, but... And we got bearings falling out of the steering rack again. So, we are going to attempt... Oh, man. Bearings poking slightly out and not going in all the way. And again. Come on, man. Nope, now the... All right, we're going to redo this part again. If this is the hardest part of the build, then I'd be all right with that. I found a channel last week that did a build series on this car, and I was watching that, and that guy had no freaking trouble. But, I mean, clearly much more experienced at building kits than I am. Okay, so that one's good. Now, top bearing. Flip. Spacer. Bearing. Stay. Okay. Now, before everything comes crashing down, steering hat bushing. Is it the shorter, chubbier ones that we're using right now? Guys, am I using the wrong size bearings? Because these bushings do not go through these bearings whatsoever. That's where we're at right now. Are we using the wrong size bearings? Let me check the size chart here. Okay. Let's take all these bearings. Make sure I don't lose these set screws. Let's take these bearings and count how many of them there are. Something is not right here. Yeah, something's... I think we're using the wrong size bearings. These steering hat bushings are not going through the bearings. But if I grab a different bearing, goes through without a problem. So, I don't know. This part's frustrating. No, Tyler, I see what you're saying, but the problem is I can't even get the bushing like into the bearing at all. Like I can't even start putting it through. Yeah, yep. There's different size. Yeah, there's different size bearings here. I can see the difference. So we'll do this part again. Hooray! Yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, because if I look at these bearings side by side, they are so minusculely different. It's really hard to tell. But now I think I know which ones I need, which might help me out here. Nope, not that one. Yeah, I'm using the wrong size bearings. That's what's going on. So this should hopefully go better. Fingers crossed. Okay, so now that I have that, success? Oh. Okay, let's try it this way. Let's put the bushing in, then the spacer. Nope, because that spacer is too small. It doesn't go through the spacer. Oh, man. I did not think this part was going to be this difficult, but why would I? Man, you say that, but I don't want to ever have to redo this. I mean, obviously once I get past this it'll be fine because I'll know what is what, but like right now, high levels of frustration, I'm telling you. I honestly thought I'd have stuff like bolted to the chassis by this point. Okay. So it looks like it uses the shorter bushings that go through the steering rack. Oh, okay. So I saw it a future step. That makes sense. Okay, so I was hoping my buddy Dustin was going to come on the stream tonight, talk some real-life monster trucks with us, and then he'd be a good resource just to have on the horn. And he could not make it, unfortunately. Yeah, this bushing is bigger than the inside of the spacer. So that's not working. Do I need a different? No, because there's only one size of these ball stud washers that came with the kit. SOS. SOS. Phone a friend. Hello. Tyler, help. I gotta ask again, did anybody bring beer? Because I could use one. Some Spotted Cow, if you're not familiar, Spotted Cow is a Wisconsin delicacy. It's a beer that you can only get in Wisconsin, made by a company called Nuclearis. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I'm pretty confident that I have the right size bearings now, but the issue at hand currently is that with the let me see if I can get the you know what? I'm not sure that the aluminum rack wants the bushings. Does that even make sense? Chance, did you use the aluminum rack on your car, or did you stick with everything stock? Oh, wait. Oh, no, I think we got it. Maybe. Oh yeah, we got it to work because I didn't put the spacer in this one. So, okay, that's right, you did say that. So somebody tell me, if I'm looking at this, to me it looks like it doesn't want the bushings in there, but I'm not 100% sure. But I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know. I don't think it does. Now that I'm thinking about it. Step 2, guys. We are on step 2. Drink of water here. Okay. I mean, yeah, because I mean the bushing goes in without the spacer, so I guess I don't know. I guess we can try that and see how that goes. I can't imagine it would hurt anything, I guess. But it's just odd because this little sheet. Yeah, dude, this little sheet that came with the aluminum rack, it says to put the spaces in there, but if you put the spaces in there, you can't fit the bushings through. So I don't know. Oh, jeez. All right, let's see. Let's put it in here. Let's put it together without the spacer and see how it goes and see how it feels, and if it feels off, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of lost there. Okay, so now we'll attach the bell cranks to the rack. You know, this process could be improved. Everything just keeps falling out. All right, take a driver. Try to get this on here just like so. Okay. All right, that seems good. Okay. You know, yeah. I don't know if this is directly why. I don't want to speak too soon. Let me put the other one on. Okay, that one, screw. Of course it fell right out, Jesus. I keep hearing good things about the build quality, and I mean, I'm sure the quality's there, but I'm telling you right now, it's not as straightforward. I mean, obviously, like, I'm complicating this by doing this aluminum stuff off the bat, but all right. So I don't know if this is necessarily because of the spacer, but I don't know. Let's see if you can see it somehow. That moves up and down considerably. So I don't know if we should. Like I said, I don't know if that's because of the spacer though. I'm in another conundrum, guys. I think once we get past this point, we'll be able to breeze through this a little bit easier, but right now, this sucks. I mean, everything moves nicely under its own weight. That's not a problem. But I mean, I can't imagine that these bearings are supposed to be able to slide out like this. Or can I put the spacer underneath the flange of the bushing so it's not in between the bearings? Does that make sense? Is that something that we can try maybe? I'm gonna try it and see what it does, I guess. I don't know, I'm kind of lost here. Well, no, that won't work because then I won't be able to put the bushing back in. Oh, man. Let me see if I can give my buddy Dustin a call. Yeah, guys, this is, it's not super straightforward. I don't know what to do. See, this is something where it's like, it's not like, I feel like once it's built, it's not terribly easy to just go back and like swap it out super quick. Maybe it is. I don't know. I guess maybe it's not terrible. I mean, I guess you just got to take the top plate off to access this stuff, right? So, yeah. So just to recap, our current conundrum is we didn't put the washer in between the bearings and the steering rack, and like the bearings can slide out just ever so slightly, and it might be okay, but that's a good amount of play. And I mean, one of the points of doing the aluminum stuff on the steering is to, you know, reduce flex and play in things. But if we use one of the spacers in between the bearings, the steering hat bushings don't go through. Like they don't fit through the opening of the spacer because the spacer is just too small. I mean, granted, with my inexperience on this matter and topic, I will say, like, right now, this isn't impressing me, this particular aspect. Be right back. I need to grab a phone charger. Or actually, I'll just do this instead for the time being. Da, 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 da. All right. Appreciate you for checking that out, Chance. That is wonderful. Nice to have some helpful eyes. Like I said, I think once we get through this, we'll be sitting pretty good. I think we'll be sitting all right. So the goal with this video, or the goal with this car, is to have it done before Friday. Or even like Friday morning or midday Friday. The idea is as soon as I'm done with work on Friday, I can book it over the 90 minutes to Woodbury, Minnesota. Get this thing on the track, feel it out, practice it, just set basic radio things up, and then at least I know the car works and it drives straight. And I mean, that's priority one. First time out on the track, for me at least. So, with that being said, practice Friday, go race Saturday morning. If we can get this done. And that's the challenge we're up against here. Chance is looking to see if he can figure out where he saw somebody dealt with this as well, because, I mean, it sounds like the spacer was used somewhere by somebody. I wonder if it's not in between the bell crank and the rack. Yeah. Guys, once we get through this part, we'll be rocking. I think we'll be sitting pretty good, but right now this is gonna we got to get past this part. We just got to get past this part. Okay, the spacer between the bearings should have a larger inner diameter, not a regular spacer. Great to know. I mean, the issue I'm running into is the spacers that I have that came with the kit, unless they're in a different bag, but they shouldn't be, right? Because we're only on bag 1, technically, at that step. Let me look back through everything I have here. But if that is the case, I mean, that's really freaking good to know. Because that's... To me, that's the only thing that makes sense, at least, right? Should get these bearings just unstuck from each other quick. Yeah, I just have the regular, I believe, 1mm spacers right here. Okay. So if they came with okay, I see what you're saying here. Okay, yep, I see what you're saying here. However, the part number for the ball stud washers that I put underneath the ball studs already, and the part number for the spacers that go in between the bearings according to this little pamphlet that came with the steering rack, it's the same part number. They both say it's a 1mm 5.5 by 3 by 1mm washer. It's the same exact part number. So that's I think that's where I'm wondering. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm just saying in my mind, at first at least, that's why I'm like, oh, well, does it even really want me to put these in here? And I know it does, because I can say it says numbered parts were included with the bag, but make sure I didn't throw them away. Hopefully you guys get what I'm saying here, because like I said, so if I look at, okay, the ball stud washers I put under the ball stud. Lighting, 31382. And then same thing here. 31382. So that's the same size. Oh, Big Ben. Check all your spaces and see if any hat bushings fit in anything you have. Yeah. I'm looking at all the spaces that I have, and they're all the same. They all appear to be the same. I'll move some stuff around here just to double check and make sure I'm not overlooking, I'm not misplacing. Yep. As far as I can see, I don't have I figured out getting through the bearings. I mean, that was half the battle. So now it's a matter of getting through the freaking spacers. All right. We're doing great. We're doing so good. We're doing awesome. This is fantastic. I appreciate you guys watching. Watching me struggle. Just being here for moral support, if anything. Man. So far, getting this done by Friday is looking to be tough. But I'm going to do a phone a friend here. Just to... What about the ones under the ball stud? Those are... Well... Okay. So I actually used aftermarket spacers under these ball studs. I grabbed some orange ones. So... It wouldn't be that. And all of the blue ones are the same size and the bushings don't go through. All right, stand by here. I'll have Dustin take a look at it, see if he can figure it out. Does the bushing not fit through when you put the shit? No. Nope, that's the problem that we're dealing with right now. Tormenting. Welcome to the stream. That's the problem that we're facing right now is the bushing does not go through when the spacer is in. The spacer's too small. Doesn't fit through the spacer. Because yeah, I have a spacer right here, and the bushing, and yeah, all the spacers I have are the same size. They're all 1mm ball stud spacers. So let's see. What I guess technically a teammate to Tyler would be Dustin Spallone. We're going to give Dustin a call here. Okay. Good to know. Which is funny because in the little pamphlet it comes with the rack. Hey, pal.
What's up?
Hey, everybody. Say hi to Dustin.
Oh, hey.
Factory driver Dustin Spallone / monster truck driver. Okay, so here's my conundrum.
You're using your phone a friend.
Yeah. I know you're only supposed to get one of those, but I might need more.
Okay.
In that package came with the rack 4 bearings and 2 spacers. There is a chance that the spacers are incorrect in the package, but I saw 2 spacers. Okay. So here's what I got. I've been stuck on step 1 for like over an hour. So we're doing great.
Okay.
So I understand I'm supposed to use a spacer in between the bearings. But if the problem is that the bushings that go in through the bearings, the spacers that I have are too small. That doesn't work. Is that something that you have run into, or does that sound familiar at all?
Take a look at mine. Because I am running the spacers, or the little bushing. That goes from the steering rack to the bell cranks.
Yeah, so what I'm running into is in the steering rack. In here it says I'm supposed to put a spacer in between the bearings in the steering rack.
Okay.
But if I do that, it looks like they're just the regular 1mm ball stud washers, and the hole is too small for the bushing to go through.
It should be like a bearing on the one end.
Yep.
And then that sits in the middle.
Yep. Yep. So
you got your bearing on the one side, flip it around.
Yep. Yep. And I put the spacer in there too.
Okay. And the screw will not go through it, is what you're trying to say?
Well, the bushing does not go through it. So
I believe you don't use a bushing with that kit. So zoom in on your little pamphlet that came with it.
See, that's another thing I was wondering.
Yeah. So I think that's like just a supplement. You don't actually use that little bushing with the factory team steering rack.
Okay. So you just use the button head screw directly through the bearings.
Yes. Because the inner race on the bearing is going to be there no matter what, so the bearing will just free spin.
Okay. So that button head screw is just going to sit directly on the bearing then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I say what you could do if you found like a washer thin enough to put on your screw head, if you wanted to protect kind of like the bearing race. But I'm looking at my car right now, and my button head is just right to the
bearing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, hopefully I can get past step 1 now. Thanks.
Should be good. Yeah, when you get like that part, you just kind of ignore the manual that came with the kit, and then just use that little pamphlet that comes with it, and then just jump back to your manual.
Right. Okay.
So you'll pay attention. There's also like a little spacer type thing where your bell cranks go into your bulkhead. That you should still use those little like hat washer things that go through the bearing.
Oh, I see where it goes onto the top plate or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. I think I'm square. All right. Cool. I think I'll be good for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
All right. I appreciate your patience, everybody. I'm dumb, but we got our answer, at least for now. So, okay, final answer. We have our spacers in between the bearings, and we are not putting the bushing through the bearings. It's just the screw. So, let me attach this guy. It doesn't call for thread lock on this. I'm wondering if it shouldn't, I guess. Got that screw started so I can at least, there we go. What's happening? Oh, we're getting a phone call from Mr. Dustin Spallone again. Hi.
Yo, hey, I just popped on your live stream and I'm seeing you put the steering rack together. Yes, put a small dab of blue Loctite on that screw that goes into the bell cranks. I forgot to mention that when you hung up. So
Yeah, I just saw your comment, so sweet.
yeah.
Cool, see you soon.
Yep.
Bye.
No problem.
Dustin Spallone saves the day, everybody. Loctite. Guys, we're almost done with step 1. Cass RC, appreciate it, man. Hey, from Israel. Awesome. Thanks for checking it out, man. Okay, now we got some Loctite. All right, now we're cooking with gas, or whatever people say. Okay, so when I tighten that down, it's not loosey goosey. Doesn't fall under its own weight. I don't know if should I back that off a little. Well, if I back it off a little, then I'll have slop in there. Then maybe I can back it off a little and not have slop. So maybe I'll try that. So then I just need to do the same thing with the other bell crank here that has the ball stud on it. So I'll take that off, take the screw out, pop the bearing out, spacer goes in, bushing comes out, bearing goes in, straight through with the screw, Loctite, reposition. Man, this steering rack stuff is pissing me off. All right. Okay, Loctite. Make sure I'm putting this on the right side. Yep, I think we're okay. Back it off. Yep, yep. I'll back this one off just a tad. Just a tad more. We have a completed steering rack with bell cranks. Oh, Jesus. All right. If the rest of the build is better than that, then we'll be sitting all right. Blue Loctite on the ball stud on the bell crank, as well as the ones that go into the rack if it is not captured with a nut. Pretty much everything in the build where you put a screw in aluminum. Yep, and I should have thought that. So I will take the. I don't think I put any Loctite on the ball stud that's in the bell crank here, so I will take that off and do so. That's something where I should just think about it and realize it and not have to rely on the manual for that every single time, I guess. 18 people. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks for checking in. Very cool. Really appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, or anything like that. We're building an RC10B7. This is my second kit ever. The first one was the Techno EB48 2.2 back here. And that build, as far as I can tell, is very different from what this is going to be. And it took us, about an hour and a half to do this. Now, I'm inexperienced. This is my first 10 scale car, my first Associated, second ever kit build, second race car I've dealt with. So, all right, we got that part good to go, I think. Now, what I need to make sure of is that I put the right size bearings in the bell cranks. I'm not sure that I did. But I don't see any other... I'm gonna verify here, at least. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. Cool. Of course, bearings like to fall out sometimes. Whew! All right, guys, here we go. Here we fucking go. All right. So the next part of bag 1 step 2 is to grab the front ball stud mount, which that is going to be the first carbon piece we're using. So kit, and we have a carbon ball stud mount and top plate that we are doing to stiffen things up at the recommendation of factory team driver Dustin Spallone. So there's a few carbon things that we're doing right away. We are doing the ball stud mount and the top plate, the front and rear arms, and that might be all of the carbon we're doing right away, give or take. I need to make sure I set the stock ones off to the side so that I don't mix anything up here. Okay. That's the top plate. Make sure, can I see a difference in... Yeah, they really don't look much different. It would be nice if there's like a slight discoloration. Maybe there's a slight one, but... So anyways, see, like, do I feel a difference in these? No, not really. The carbon might be just like slightly more gray, I guess, perhaps. I'm going to take my flush cutters and cut off this flashing. Spectra V3, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We are on bag 1, step 2. It took us an hour and a half to get to this point of the RC10B7 build, but I think we'll be all right now. Now that we got through the steering assembly, I think we'll be all right. Texture difference, yeah. Yep, I can see that. All right. I want to make sure I don't confuse. Actually, let me grab a marker. I can't find my silver markers, but I'm just going to grab a marker and mark the letter C on here so I know it's carbon. That way I can make sure. Okay. How experienced a racer are you? I always run my kit stock settings parts. Yeah, so... for the techno build that I did over the summer, box stock setup. My buddy Dustin, who may already be or maybe in the stream still, not sure. I'm basically going off of a setup sheet that he made for me, And that's where some of the complication is coming in for me. And like the stuff that we're doing, at least so far, isn't even setup stuff. It's mostly just different pieces like aluminum or carbon. But yeah, the setup stuff is going to come in different shock springs and pistons and whatnot. We're just going to try it off the bat and say screw it. And but that also adds to the challenge too, which I kind of like, I guess. Okay, so we got our front ball stud mount, and I have these, let's see, 10 millimeter heavy duty ball studs. So make sure I have the right sizes for those. I want to double check all that stuff. Yep, we should be good there. And we are using 1 millimeter washers. So I will grab some more orange goodies here. We're going with the branding stuff here, guys. So we're going 1 millimeter orange spacers and washers where we can. Fit with the orange and blue scheme. Amy and Hobbies did a pretty neat build series on the B7, and I ordered the same like ball stud washers and stuff from them that were orange. Nope, I believe this is 0.5 millimeter right here. Yeah, that's 0.5 millimeter. I believe this one is too. Do I have a 1 millimeter in orange still? Because I used a couple of them for the steering stuff there. Oh, this might be what I want. And according to what Dustin sent us, I don't think there's anything for the I don't think there's anything for a ball stud spacer and the ball studs that go in the ball stud mount that I can see. So we're gonna roll with this. And the setup sheet I don't think also mentions the exactly what hole we are putting the ball stud into. So according to the kit manual, it shows the middle hole. So we are going to do that. Make sure, I'm going to double check and make sure I have the right size washers, spacers. Yep. We're good there. So we're going to go ahead with this. I don't know why there's balloons on my screen. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. We're using the power drill for the first time here, guys. It's like Tim Allen on Home Improvement. The show was great. You know. Excellent. That's one. Still got a good amount of people here, guys. I really appreciate you checking this out. It's a beautiful day in Wisconsin. Cooler temps. It's almost winter. I'm not ready for snow, but part of the motivation of getting into carpet racing and doing 10 scale stuff was so that I could keep doing YouTube stuff through the winter and just being able to race through the winter too. All right. Oop, let go. Okay. All right, so we got ball studs and the ball stud mount. Okay, next we need to work on the sway bar. So this calls for the 1 millimeter sway bar, and that's what it calls for in Dustin's setup sheet here too. So we're just going to use the stock one, it looks like. Man, there's a number on here on the sway bar to indicate which size it is, but it's so freaking small. You can't even see it. So we're going to take our collars here. Now, let me ask this, Dustin or anybody else. The set screws that go in the sway bar collars, thread lock or no thread lock? I'm guessing you should, but the manual does not indicate that. Okay, so collar goes on the sway bar. And want to make sure I position this correctly. Nope, I already put it on wrong. Backwards. Okay. I think this is what I need. Do we go set screws facing out? Nope, set screws facing bottom. Haunted Hobbies, yeah, good idea. Color coding, great idea. Great idea. Yep, all right. Yep, thread lock, thread lock, thread lock. Yeah, the orientation for the sway bar collars, if anybody knows offhand. The manual, it's kind of hard to tell how they have it for sure. I think it's set screws go on the bottom. Down or bottom, yep, okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, Haunted Hobbies, that's a good point too. Yeah, being able to access them. Yeah, and that was definitely something on the techno build I did. So I'll start the set screw and then I'll get it positioned better and then lock it down. I forgot the thread lock. You guys can't let me forget the thread lock here. Come on, what are you doing? Okay. Little dab of thread lock. Set screw. Looks like I'm going to have a little excess there to wipe off. You know, one thing I'm really excited about with this build and carpet is not having to clean it. That's really freaking exciting, guys. I only did one race with my 8 scale because I kind of got into it towards the end of the season. But the cleaning sucks. And I like a clean car. Like, I can't just do a super quick, like, whatever on it. Like, I want it to look good. What brand thread lock? It's Associated. It's just the Associated thread lock. Yep, just the Associated thread lock. Nothing crazy. But yeah, excited to not have to clean it all the time. 10 scale's intimidating, right? Because there's a lot more precision, it seems like, not just in the car, but also in the driving. A lot more traction. Not necessarily as forgiving. I got to drive a 10 scale once a few weeks back. I went to the track that's most local to me, a little over an hour away. Carpet track. They were doing just like an open house or whatever the weekend before their season started. And the guy that organizes the races there, he asked if I wanted to drive one of his cars, and I said, well, yeah, of course. And it was a B6.4 that was set up for dirt and not carpet. And we did pretty decent for never having driven one, you know, especially for one that's set up for dirt and not carpet. All right, I'll try to cinch these down. But I know I don't want to over tighten them as to like deform the sway bar at all too. That's probably something to make note of. Nope, well now it's moving, so it's got to be tighter than that. Tedious. What motor electronics are you going with? Good question. I should have mentioned that. We are going with an Exalt 17.5. I believe it is a Phoenix Silver. We were gonna go gold, but I know that it sounds like they're coming out with new motors soon, so I didn't splurge too heavy. And as far as the speed control goes, we're going with the Coyote Crest X Evo. Probably overkill. I mean, definitely overkill, but that's fine. That's fine. I'd rather be overkill than underkill, I guess. Make sure I have the orientation on these good. Just adjust a little. And I do have other sway bars for tuning as well. So those will be available to us. So that's something that we got in our package with our car. And how does this look? Yeah, I think that works. Okay. So we got that. So now we're to the bottom of the first page. Holy shit. Woo! Robbie! Don't lie to me. I look ugly. And so do you. Oh yeah, and as far as batteries going, we're going Gens Ace 4200 standard size pack. Haunted Hobbies, that's what I run 6.4D, but I've converted it to rear motor because I run on a loose track, and that's so when you say you converted it to rear motor, are you saying that you put it like back behind the chassis, like kind of like old school vehicles? I'm curious to see what that even looks like. That'd be very interesting to see, but I mean, it makes sense. I think. Don't need these steering bushings. Set those off to the side. Okay, so now we're going to put the steering assembly onto the ball stud mount. Okay, so I know we need to refer to Dustin's setup sheet here. So, what do I need to do? Haunted Hobby. Wow. So you designed that yourself. That's freaking rad. Yeah, I think I have the community post turned on my channel. If you wouldn't mind showing off a couple pictures and posting to my community there, that'd be freaking sweet. I'd love to see that. Now I know I need to pay attention to how we mount the steering assembly onto the ball stud mount. So as far as that goes, what do I need to make sure of here? What do I... Oh, steering bell crank position in the top right of the setup sheet. It says up. So that means high position. Bell cranks up, hat side on bottom. Steering bell crank position. Spallone, correct me if I'm looking at this wrong. Steering bell crank position you have on here up. And then in the manual it says high position, bell cranks up, hat side on bottom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, steering hat bushing high. I think that makes sense. So I think that means then that we take these guys and we put our button head screw through the bell cranks. It doesn't look like there's a space or anything that goes through them. Make sure our bearings stay in there. It's raining bearings, guys. Just always raining bearings. Okay. So bushing. Ha! Ha ha ha! No issues with bushings this time, guys. Woo! Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. It's almost like we're learning something as we go. I can't believe it took us this freaking long, but I think we're getting there. So screw. Oh, of course, one of the bearings fell out. Love that for us, guys. Sorry if you hear any conversation. It sounds like my wife has a friend over. She didn't get any permission for that. Just kidding. If she heard me say that, she'd probably beat me. Send help. Okay. So I think I got this right. And I think now I just button these down. I kind of got to go in blind. Let's see here. Maybe I can just get it lined up and then take the screw gun to it. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Oh, we're hanging out. We're having fun. Yeah, haunted. Yeah, absolutely. If you could post those, I think I have community posts turned on my channel. I would love to see what that rear motor conversion looks like on a newer car. I didn't know that was something people did. In my, inexperience and newness to all this. Come on. There we go. All right. Put the bearing back in. Hopefully bearings stop falling out as much later on in the build. That'd be super rad. Super rad. Okay. Okay, put our bushing back in here. All right. Okay. Oh. Okay. So here's a question. Rack is on backwards. Son of a bitch. You know, guys, I'll be the first to tell you. I ain't perfect. All right? Wait, when you... Oh, no! It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment here. Been dealing with a lot of shit. If you've been here since the beginning, God bless you, because we've been struggle bussing. Easy fix. Yeah, I apologize for the camera being so far away. I felt like it'd be awkward if you were staring at my tits and the bench and that's it. And I mean, if that's what you want, I mean, by all means. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. I see what you're saying, but I guess I'm already at this point. You guys are watching me learn. You guys are watching me learn. I never claimed that this channel was for people to learn anything. So now I should probably redo the thread lock on this. No, for a hot second there, guys, I really thought we had some momentum. We were doing great. We're in this together, all of us. And we really had it. We really did. What do you guys do? And I guess this is a question. I just don't know because I haven't really taken my cars apart too much yet. What do you guys do when you take something out that's thread locked? Like, do you clean the screw off, or do you just, and if you do, what do you use? How do you do it? Or you normally just throw Loctite right back on it? Curious to know. I'm not sure what's technically correct, or if there is a technically correct way. Let me know. You clean the screw off before re-Loctiting, or do you not? Which is it? Which is it? Okay. Don't fuck this up this time. Don't do it. Okay. There we go. Back that off just a tad. Ugga-dugga. Is that the technical term? Ugga-dugga? Let's give her a couple ugga-duggas. Yeah, clean new screws and old screws. Yep, nope, that makes sense. I think for our purposes today, I'll just wipe them a bit, and I'm sure it'll be good enough. But well, and I mean, I guess, you know what? I don't know if the thread lock is technically like all the way set, so maybe on this one I'm just gonna loosen it, turn it, and retighten it, and I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. Hopefully. Yeah, I agree. That looks much gooder. Much gooder is also a technical term. Ugga-dugga and gooder. Back that off just a hair. Make sure everything moves loosely. Back this other one off just a tiny hair. Okay. I'm going to call that good. Now, let's get this on here. All right, we need our ball studs. Nope, just kidding. Yep, nope. Nope, not ball studs. Okay, I have my cap head screws. Goes in through the top. And then the bushing. The Loctite is dry. Put a lot. Ooh. Okay. You know what? That kind of makes sense, though. I haven't heard that before, but I can get behind it. I mean, I'll take any reason to light a fire. Maybe a little counterintuitive, being I am a firefighter, but I mean, don't tempt me with a good time. Ugga dugga. Ugga dugga. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. We have a bearing not seated all the way. Okay, I think we're all right. Okay, I think we're okay. Bushing. Screw. Welcome to the hobby. Enjoy and learn. Hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. Appreciate you watching. Message me the photo. Sweet. I appreciate that very much. I'll take a look later on. I'll make sure to share those on a YouTube post or something too. Yeah, it's very cool. Uh-oh. Why do I have an extra bearing sitting here? I hope that's just left over, but I'm going to take this off again and make sure it didn't fall out of the bottom of one of my bell cranks or something. Oh my god. Oh no. Yeah, I agree. No, okay, we got a bearing in there, so that's good. Yeah, nope, you're absolutely right. Luckily, this is a low maintenance part. I will, outside of the stuff that we're doing right away, being like, you know, the carbon pieces and the setup stuff, and obviously the steering stuff, I maybe like, I'm not going to worry about it this season, but next season, like unless a new car comes out or something, I'll probably go ceramic bearings. Like I'm really not like terribly worried about doing full titanium and all that junk, but I don't know. We'll see. I do think that ceramic bearings would be helpful. Yeah, somebody else said that too, Haunted, that once we get past this, the rest of it gets easier. God, I hope that's true. Yep, we got a bearing there. So I guess this bearing that's here, it must just be extra. I just had it sitting here from earlier. Well, I was trying to figure out what was what, I hope. But yep, she moves freely, and everything is on the correct way now. In case anybody is just joining or has recently joined, we're doing an RC10B7 build. It's taken us probably 2 hours. We're still on the first page because we suck and we don't know what we're doing. When I say we, I mean me. Everybody in the comments knows what they're doing. I have no fucking idea. We're trying. That's all we can do is try, right? Okay. Woo! Oh, I'm excited about this, guys. Bag 2. Let's go. Let's go. One thing that's kind of cool about this is I feel like you see the car progress a lot more quickly or a lot more consistently than we did with the 8-scale car, because we bolt stuff on the chassis much quicker, whereas with the 8-scale car, and if you've never built one, pretty much you build the entire front clip, you know, differentials, arms, everything. You pretty much build the entire front and rear end. And then towards the end, you kind of mount everything on the chassis. So page 2, but no, we're still on page 1, man. You thought we were on page 2. We're not. Bag 2, step 1 is the last thing on page 1 here. Ugh. The trans can be a bit challenging as it can bind up depending on... Yeah. I'm not too worried about that. Okay. This chassis feels so flimsy compared to the Techno. It's just weird. Okay. So, first things first here. We mount this assembly onto the front of the chassis. So, we get our holes to line up in the front here. It's very obvious how this goes. And it just kind of snaps right on. So there we go, boom. First thing's on the chassis. Now, we got to take the shims. Oh, and here's the, okay. So this is one thing. I wish these steps were more compartmentalized, because I'm assuming it's like all of the kit bearings were all in one bag. And there's 2 tiny ass set screws here. I'm not sure what they're for. And I need to make sure that I don't lose these. And I'm sure I'll find out soon enough what it's for. There's aluminum ball, there's aluminum ball studs. More spaces that came with the kit. Yeah, there's just extra stuff that I don't need that you have to set off to the side and try not to lose. That's kind of annoying. Technos or tanks, love mine. Yeah, I've only had one race with mine. I do have a bent shock shaft that I still need to fix that I discovered only when I was cleaning it after the race weekend. So that might have been affecting me and I didn't even know it. Okay, so lots of screws and hardware in here. Looks like this is a shock tower. Our bulkhead is in here. So one thing that I'm not sure of... yeah, I mean, I do. I have, I don't know if you saw the video I did. Here, let me show you. So if you look back at the last upload I did, I talked about this Hart toolbox system. It's just Walmart brand, but the stuff is freaking nice. I bought, so I have one of these that I bought for the B7. So all the B7 specific parts will go between these 3 trays. I have another one just for the Techno parts and whatnot. So like I can keep things in here too. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out as I go, I guess. Extra parts from the bags. I'm not sure if I know what you mean. So right now I need the bulkhead and I need a shim. Now as far as the bulkhead goes, this is something that can be changed later. I'm assuming the bulkhead is the kick-up. Okay guys, this is where I need your help. Is the bulkhead and the kick-up angle the same thing? Because the kick-up angle on the setup sheet I have says plus 2.5. Oh wait, no. Yeah, does anybody know how this works? Because on this setup sheet it says the bulkhead type is kit, but it also says kick-up angle plus 2.5. So I guess I don't understand what that means. Chance, that's a great idea. I'll probably end up doing that. I have a label maker. Should use one of those. Directional front to back. Okay. I don't know what that means. So I mean, under the chassis, are you talking about the bulkhead? Because yeah, that I know. I guess my confusion is the kick-up angle I see on the setup sheet, is that referring to the bulkhead? Well, it doesn't sound like it based on what you said. The kick-up angle of the chassis is 22.5. Use the metal piece under the chassis, 2.5 forward. Well, I guess I don't know what you mean by 2.5 forward. Yeah, the kit comes with 0 degree bulkhead. I know that. Oh. Okay, guys. All right. Well, we'll get through that here. So I have my bulkhead. Technos and Tanks, but Associated has a way better driving experience. I've been racing AE for 15 years and switched to Techno for 6 months. Now back to interesting. Okay. The bulkhead I have has 0 on it. It's 0 degrees. And it does say on the bulkhead as well. It says 0 degrees. But I'm not sure if kick-up angle means the bulkhead specifically. Okay. Okay, that's what I wasn't. So I guess for now, I have the 0 degrees, so we're putting the 0 degrees on. I don't think it's stupid that it's used in the setup sheet. I'll just have to get that 2.5 bulkhead later on. So this doesn't seem like an overly complicated thing to change though. So I'll put the 0 degree on for now, and then later on we'll get the 2.5. All right, so I need to find the shim that goes in between the bulkhead and the chassis here. Where is the shim? Let's see. Let's see here. What's everybody doing for Halloween? Anybody got any plans? I'm hoping to be taking this thing to the track for the first time. Yep, I'm sure there's shims. I just gotta find them. Bag 2. Might be in here. Yeah, those are front bumper. I see the shims. I see them. Well, there's the plastic servo horn, which we are not going to be using because we did get an aluminum one from J Concepts. There's some other little shim things in here. I don't know exactly what those are, but I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I'm trying to keep everything as organized as I can. One thing, too, is we are using, I believe, the stock side rails and not the carbon ones. I know a lot of people do use those. Yeah, I told my wife I was going to pass out candy, and then she got a bunch of candy from Costco. I forgot to tell her I might be going to the track Friday night, so whoops. Oh, I hope I didn't just mix up my stock and carbon. Nope, okay. I think I know which one's carbon, I think. Okay, stock arms, we're not going to need that. Stock servo horn. Here's my shims, and okay. My understanding here is the shims are the same. They're both 1mm shims, so it doesn't matter which one I use. I assume if you want, you can use another one for tuning, but We're not going to do that. Carbon is lighter. Okay. Gray over black. Yeah, yep. And that's the kind of one of the subtle differences I noticed. Okay, so I have my shims. I only need one. I'll throw the other one back. Here's the front bumper. I'll cut that off because I guess we'll need that soonish. When I first started doing my techno build, I was cutting things off with wire cutters or something and then using the hobby knife to, settle up on the flashing. I got these flush cutters. Dude, do not do a kit build without flush cutters. Holy shit. What a difference those things make. Okay, this other stuff I'll put back in here for now. Okay, so I got my shim, I got my bulkhead. Oh, screws. I do need screws. Guess I gotta cut this open. Yeah, that's honestly, like, they make a big, like, they save so much headache in having to try to, like, sand things down or take the hobby knife and scrape and highly recommend. Highly recommend. Okay. So, one of my least favorite things about the techno build is figuring out which screws go where, but I think it's even harder on this because it just gives you everything at once instead of a little at a time. So, we got to figure out which screws we need. So this is M3 by 14 millimeter. So 89208. So we'll go to our handy dandy size chart here. Okay, so it doesn't give us the part number, so we need M3 by 14. Okay, so that is a cap head screw, or not cap, yeah, cap head? Cap head? Is that what you call that? Okay, it's too short. Might not even be in this bag. Oh, I think I got it. I think I got what I need. Is this one of them too? I think I got it. I think. Okay. Okay. We're sitting all right here. So, what we need then is our shim. Oh, you know one thing that we didn't do? We didn't mount the sway bar on here. But it also like didn't specifically state to either. Oh, why'd you do that? Okay, so then does it just... Dude, this would have been so much easier if it told me to do this earlier. Because I can see that the collars are supposed to... I mean, it looks like they go in to this... It looks like there's a spot for them to go into. Oh, that sucks. You said when you say you would wait, are you referring to the sway bar? I mean, I'm okay with it flopping all over. I'm not worried about that. It just looks like it would be a lot easier if I had done it before I cinched this down. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, it doesn't super specify this part very well. Oh, I guess it does show it, but it was kind of easy to miss. Wait to mount it until the A-arms are on. Okay. Well, I feel like that'd make it more difficult. Yeah. I think I'm going to put it on now. I just... Hopefully that thread lock isn't set up all the way. Oh, okay. So those collars do go into the plastic there. Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, I wish I knew that sooner, because that just makes this way easier, to be honest. Yeah, I understand it's going to flop around and it might be a little annoying later. I guess for all intents and purposes right now, I think it'll make my life a bit easier. Appreciate all the tips you guys have given me so far. That's what this whole hobby is about, right? Is helping each other. Don't forget you'll be changing it at the track on occasion. Yeah, yep. I don't want to... So set screws are a little too tight because it's not flopping. I believe I want it to flop. There we go. I think that's good. I believe that's good. Well, we're moving side to side though. And I know we don't want that. Well, so I guess maybe I don't need to worry about that because when it's on the arms, it'll keep those collars, or it'll keep the bar from moving side to side too. What's up, Dylan? Thanks for joining. That's the goal. The hope is that I can get this finished before Friday. I would love to be able to take this to Dollar Friday night and hit the track for the first time and try to get radio settings situated and all that jazz, and then race Saturday. That's the goal. That's the goal. I would love to be able to have that work out. Keith, hey buddy. Guys, Keith is in the chat here, and he was super helpful for me when I finished the EV48 2.2 here. Him and a couple other guys at Rick's Hobby Farm in New Richmond, Wisconsin. Friggin' awesome. Super helpful guys. They helped me make sure the car was all right. Gave me some tips and all that jazz, and helped me have a very, what I thought was a successful first race, getting second in both of my first heats. And I think I had a shot at the, winning that A-Main. Like, I don't want to sound cocky, but. Okay, sweet. What else do you run, Dylan? Or is that like going to be the first thing, or like what do you typically run? I guess doing carpet races. All right, back to this bulkhead. So we got a shim. I think we have the 2 screws we need, and we'll get the bulkhead mounted here. So it looks like our tab here is going to go towards the back, like so. And the bulkhead, it doesn't look like it matters which way it goes. It looks like it's the same on both sides. So we're going to go this way. All right. And then, yep, 2 screws. Slowly but surely, guys. No, jeez. Use the right size tip, right? Both are 0. What did I say? What are you referring to? I don't remember what I even said. What were we talking about? Nope. Yep. Austin Jacobson, what's going on, dude? Thanks for joining. Yeah, bulkheads. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The plus 2.5 and the negative 2.5. I guess that makes sense that it would have some sort of angle to it. Yep, that makes total sense. Makes total sense. You guys are helping me out a ton here. Appreciate you guys. This is awesome. I plan to do this every night. So tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. And hopefully between those we can get this done. I'm going to try to sneak some progress in during the days as well. I work from home, which helps. So we'll see between that and these live streams if we can't get this situated and done. Guys, we're done with page 1. Woo! Fucking finally. You run X-ray cars, man. So Austin, when you're saying it's going to be twitchy, are you saying off power? Are you saying that because of the 0 degree bulkhead? Is that what you're referring to? Okay, bag 2, step 2. So that is going to be, it looks like the servo weight, battery foam, side rails, fan mount. So we'll get all that going. Okay. Set this off to the side here. What do I need right now? I need the servo weight. Yeah, Chance, that's a big part of this right now. That's a big part of this right now. What do I need? This says bag 2, step 2. I don't see a weight in bag 2, though. Ah, son of a bitch. It's always something. Where is the weight? Or is that not stock? Because it says factory team on here. Somebody let me know, does this thing include the servo weight? Because right now I'm not so sure. Doesn't come with us. Okay. Appreciate it, Big Ben. I did not realize that. Thank you. And I guess that's not something I'm particularly worried about. We're not putting a ton of titanium or anything on here off the bat, so I don't think I'm terribly worried about weight, I guess. Okay. So then battery foam. Yep, I have that right here, I believe. Yep, okay. I meant to get alcohol prep pads from the ambulance garage and I forgot to grab them. So we're going to put these on. I will need one. Yeah, so Austin, the setup that we're going for is 2.5 kick up, and then it looks like we're running -2 camber when we get to that point. My dog is awful. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. So Big Ben, when you say it doesn't come with a servo weight, but I will need one, is that because of potentially not making minimum weight without it, or Does it help with the car a lot, or what are you referring to? That's one. What are these tiny little, with the battery foams, these tiny little thin foam strips? Oh, I see. Oh, those go in the side rails. Okay, never mind. Cast to be set. Okay, okay. I'm picking up what you guys are putting down. I'm trying to, at least. I'll be honest, guys. Sometimes you're gonna say something, it's just not gonna make sense to me. But I am following up and asking questions where I can. Yep. Thank you for pointing. Yep. I did see that. So sometimes, you know, it's hard to not get ahead of yourself with the excitement of all. So next is going to be the side rails. And like I said, we're running the stock side rails and not carbon. T.I. Joe, what's happening, buddy? Got the beers. Hey, what kind of beer are you drinking? What's your flavor? I change it up from time to time. Spotted Cow is always a very solid go-to in the state of Wisconsin. You can only get it in Wisconsin. But I discovered mango carts at actually my bachelor party last year. It sounds fruity, but it has a hint of mango, but it is a beer. Man, that stuff is really good. I'm a fan. Big Ben, when we first got the car, we didn't have any way to keep extra weight down low, so we had to use stick-on weights. Now they make a 12-gram weight that helps with the auto. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't seem like it'll be too difficult to install a weight later on. Well, it looks like you take the top plate off, take the servo off. Or maybe you can slide it. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay. Let me double check with you guys on this, because I thought this was included. I'm sorry, when I said servo weight, I didn't mean servo weight. I was referring to this 11-gram weight that it shows in the manual right here, this big square that you put the speed control and receiver on. Does that come with the kit? Riddle me that. Modelo. You know what? I don't think that's basic. It has a decent, unique flavor. 100%. So I can't knock you for that. That should be in the kit. Okay. So the question is where then? Because actually, let me check the box. Ay, ay, ay. It's not in bag 2, even though we're on bag 2. Oh, here it is. Found it. It is with our, looks like shock tower and hinge pins and whatnot. We got it. We're good. The aluminum bulkhead can get tweaked on some hard. Yeah, I've heard between, so like a couple weak points to watch out for. I heard are the bulkhead and even the chassis, which is depressing because I don't want to go through the work of changing the chassis out. So I just need to try to be careful where I can, I guess. All right, we got our weight. Woo! So we need to cinch that down with M2 by 3 millimeter flatheads. Let's see. Oh, did they give us an individualized bag of screws just for Dude, what the hell are these tiny little screws? Oh, those must be bleeder screws or something? I don't know. There was some tiny, tiny ass flathead screws in here. What are those for? Oh, don't tell me I need them right now. Yeah, you know what? I think I might. Those holes are small. Steel back head, you don't need the... Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Dude, those screws are so small. What the... I'm supposed to put Loctite on those? Jesus Christ. Okay, well, good to know. Good to know. Set that there. I'll need that in a minute. I don't think I'm using the screw gun on these ones, guys. I don't think that's necessary. Come on, come out. Thank you. Yeah, and that's where the pit mat's nice too. But I'm going to make sure I do it far from the edge. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. Yep. Oh yeah, definitely going to Loctite them. I was being rhetorical. Sometimes you're going to think I sound dumb, which I understand based on how everything else has gone so far. But sometimes I can actually tell. Wow. Dude, that is crazy. All right. Double check, but I mean, it's obvious. Yeah, I'm not even going to check. Silly. Okay. That being said, we will hopefully, and I double checked with my buddy Dustin, he said I don't need one, but hopefully I don't need a .05 driver because I don't have one. I almost got one just in case, but I didn't because I'm like, nah, it'll be fine. So yeah, Austin, that's a... It's not only the car itself, but I feel like even the driving is going to be so precision based, and that's where it's like this is going to mess me up compared to 8 scale. Yep, it is 1.5, 100%. Yep. I'm all good. All good. Jesus, man. Okay, very tedious. Make sure I got the right holes. I mean, there aren't any other holes this could possibly go into, but... Yep, alright. And the next one, 8:33. So we've been going for almost 3 hours. And we should be a lot farther along, but, inexperience and all that jazz. Here we are. Can't expect everything to go perfect right away. Some brand pinion gears. Yeah, and I'm guessing I won't have to deal with that. I hope. But I will, I guess, double check the pinion gears I have. I did get Associated pinion gears. 2 more of these suckers, and I don't have to worry about those anymore. Yeah, and guys, I think we're gonna do 5:30 again tomorrow for the stream. Honestly, I could go earlier, I guess, because I'll probably be working on it at that time anyway. I get off with work at 4, and like I said earlier, I work from home, so it's pretty easy for me to transition my computer from work to stream. Oh, okay, one more of these little bastards. One more. I'm just putting my thread lock on over blue shop towel. How late am I going? I don't know. Probably, I don't know. I mean, it's 8:35 right now. I can't imagine I'll go till 10, maybe 9:30. I want to have some time to chill out and de-stress from this. I know a lot of people find building kits calming. So far, I don't, especially with how things started off and whatnot. But the stream started a tad late because I was having some issues getting it going. So, I mean, I'd say we started building around, I don't know, 5:35, 5:45. Something like that. So we should have been a lot farther than we are right now, but we're not. But this is why I want to try to bust ass on this, because I know I'm going to run into setbacks and everything like that, and really like to get this done before Friday. So, and guys, when you build enough, yeah, 100%. So, you know, we did one 8-scale car. The next one's going to be a lot easier. After we get through this 10-scale car, the next one's going to be a lot easier. Yeah, yep. We have the deadline. So, let me take a quick pause on this, guys. And I want to, I don't know if you were here earlier. 18 people. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for watching and subscribing and all that. The last video we did about the toolbox, somehow it just exploded. I don't know what happened. But, so if you came originally from that video or you've been following me for a little bit, I appreciate you very, very much. And I don't want that to be lost on me, that people are taking time out of their day to watch, even if it's a small channel, even if it's just a few people. Like, I really appreciate it. So, with that said, I mentioned earlier, my painter sent me pictures of the body for this car, and I haven't even looked at it yet. I just saw he messaged me pictures. So, let's look at this together for the first time with me. Time. And then just for further context, for a better look, here's the 8-scale buggy. So, cool. All right, we got that out of the way. Man, you guys saw that together with me at the same time. That's freaking awesome. Who painted it? That is DRC Graphics. If you search DRC Graphics, I think it's GRAPHIX on Facebook. That's who did it. yeah, if you guys could like the video, share it, subscribe it. I mean, hey, whatever. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm super excited. Yeah, like I said, you guys just saw that for the first time with me. So we're one big happy family now. Yeah, I don't know that he was... Oh, you couldn't hear me, you're saying. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, oh man, I'm so excited now. Gives us some motivation to get through here. Okay, side rails. Let's cut off any little pieces of flashing quick. Why can't they just make kits that are not on parts trees and don't have any flashing on them? You know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if there's no flashing? If you guys want to see flashing, I'll show you flashing. Okay. So figure out how these mount. This makes sense, I think. Bear with me, I'll figure it out. Or not, I'm stupid. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Hey! Woo! Yeah, Haunted, you did. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw your name out there, I guess, but it is what it is. We're all friends here. Set that bumper out of the way. I don't need that, obviously, right now. Okay, the fan mount. I should grab that, too, because we're going to need that in a second. That's a servo. Oh, the fan mount's in here with the servo mount too. So we'll pull that out. Yeah, I think overall, I'm probably going to say that the Techno was a more positive build experience, but that's not to say this one's bad. But we'll see how it goes. We've got a ways to go still. But I mean, they're totally different vehicles and totally different brands and whatnot. So make sure I know how this fan mount goes, and it looks like that. And we do so on the conversation of this 8 scale, Joe, is a Techno EB48 2.2. Super great build. I ran into one hiccup, but it was a part that was machined wrong, and the service was great, and they like overnighted me a new part. But otherwise, it sounds like an extremely uncommon thing. But great build quality. The build itself went really well. And there's also great build videos out there on it. And I did a series too. Not saying you should use that as a learning platform. That was more of a documentation and vlog kind of thing. But you can use it as a reference. So, like I said, I'm not an expert. Haunted hobbies. Oh boy, don't we all. We all got one. Foam on the side rails, not yet. I was just kind of sizing this up first. So, yeah, we'll get the foam on the side rails. Yeah, so it doesn't look like they have it like a little like indents or anything that show you where it goes. It looks like it just kind of goes right. Okay. Let's make sure. Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, and Joe, there's a lot of good options as far as a first 8 scale goes. And granted, the Techno is really the only one I've driven, but I will say, based on a lot of the research I've done and people I've talked to, the Techno is nice because it has a great out-of-the-box setup to start with. And I can say that to be true.
I thought it worked pretty well. And if I knew what I was doing, I would tune it, but it's a really good platform to start with and build off. It sounds like, on other research I've done and people I've talked to, it sounds like the pivot or the pillow ball cars, which is what Associated are. It can be a bit harder to kind of figure out exactly how to tune things, or you have to drive them completely differently and more aggressively. So, I mean, if anybody out there has, you know, any other comments to chime in with as far as pillow ball versus your standard, you know, camber link, be curious to hear your takes on that as well. On the topic of the paint job as well, in case you weren't here earlier, company called Suction Stickers. I reached out to them just because I wanted decals with, you know, the different colors or whatever to go along with the paint job. They also make wraps for some battery chargers and some transmitters. So here is their wrap. It's got the logo on there on the front to match the paint scheme that DRC whipped up. They did a transmitter wrap as well for my NB4 Plus. I have a buddy of mine does, he has a vinyl shop, vehicle wraps and stuff a block away from me. He has that right now, putting the wrap on the transmitter. But that company, Suction Stickers, on Facebook, they also make custom pit mats and shirts and all that jazz too. Joe, which links are you talking about that aren't working? Are the product links in my description? Let me know. I can definitely fix those later on. All right, so we need to get the side rails going here. We're lollygagging too much. Yeah, Chance, they only have a Facebook page. So I believe their email address is on there. So you either need to send them a message on Facebook or email them in order to place any orders. But you can tell them like the brands that you want stickers for, and if you want them for 10 scale or 8 scale, and they will print those in like whatever colors you want. But you can also send them custom designs. So I had them do both, and I'll show you the sheet here. And I have an extra set of stickers that will be here on Friday too. But for example, logos, my name, Fierce RC, that I buy as much stuff as I can from. Pete at Fierce RC is awesome. Great service. And then we also got some Associated stickers to slap on this car. So hopefully that gets you situated there. Okay, so the screws for the side rails, hopefully that's what's all in this little bag here. Let's count. 10. 1, 2, 3. No, maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, maybe. I don't want to take these out of the bag if these aren't the ones I need, though. Or M3 by 8. There's smaller screws than that. So maybe, I don't want to take these out if I don't need them, but I might need them. This is what I need. I'm gonna look at oh wow, okay, I see the pictures of the rear motor. Oh, that's wild, dude. Wow. Very clean rig too. Nice work. Nice work. Oh, let's see here. Appreciate you guys watching again. Would appreciate any subscribe button clicks and likes and all that jazz. Helps the channel. The channel's been just growing too. It's so cool, man. I appreciate it so much. I need 10 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, they are okay. They are in here. And there's 3 other screws that I might not need. Okay. I'll get one down and then it should be good to get everything else ready to go. We're cooking, guys. It's almost going to start looking like a car here pretty soon. There we go. That's what I needed. Come on. Come on. Work with me here. Maybe we'll just start that by hand, at least this first one. Son of a bitch. It's going great, guys. Everything's fine. There we go. All right. Now all the rest should be easier. Two. Three. Four. That should be the last one on this side, I think. Whoop. Oh shit, where'd you go? Where'd you go? I miss you so. There we go. 5. Alright. I believe that's everything that goes on the chassis side rail. Oh, wrong page. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yep. And then same thing on the other side. I can't believe how difficult the whole steering rack situation is, guys. I can't get over how dumb that was. Holy smokes. Oh shit. All right. Whoop. People in the chat, we got what, 18 of you here, something like that. What was your first kit? What was the first kit you ever built? Let's hear it. You obviously know mine. It was the EV48 2.2 sitting on the table back here. Yeah, the instructions could have been a little bit more forthcoming. I mean, I know those are tight enough for being plastic. I'm just gonna do a really quick hand check on them. My favorite phrase on the 8 scale build was, "and we hand tighten." Pretty much everything went in with the screw gun. And a quick hand snug. All right, guys. Boom. Side rails mounted. Hell yeah. Love these answers. This is awesome. Haunted Hobby's first kit was a Tamiya Falcon, Super Jason RC10. Are we talking like the original RC10? Tyler on the Team Associated B6.1. Tyler, what year would that have come out? That's awesome. B6.1. Yeah, that had to be, God, what, 6 or 7 years ago, if not more? Shance, I had a Tamiya Blackfoot. Bought it in 1986. Holy shit. You're not old, right? Worked a paper route all summer. I was 12 years old. Techno EB410.2. Man, I don't understand the Techno naming scheme here. Before, like, we got to EB48. I don't understand it. Don't understand. Brad's in the house. What's up, Brad? Super Jason RC10 original. That's so fucking rad, dude. Like I found it hard to get like terribly excited watching the vintage championships last weekend, but like I wasn't there, but it's super cool, obviously, right? Tyler built it in 2020. Slash then went to B5M. Okay. Okay. Slay Queen Sway. Nah, Brad, you're the legend. I gotta come down to Madison soon. I feel like it's been too long, but I'm not traveling, which is, I guess, one reason I haven't come down to Madison, but also, like, I have more time to come to Madison just for fun, so. So Tyler is, so guys, Tyler is, correct me if I'm wrong, an associated team driver. So he gets the good deals on these things, but what, like, was that your start in RC, or like how did you start getting into it at all, and then how did you get into racing from there? All right, so we got our side rails mounted. Oh no, we have to do rod end things. Okay. Bag 2, step 3. Steering links. Ugh, gross. Well, I think I have the set screw I need here for the steering link ends. I'm guessing what I need's in here, maybe? No, no, shit. Maybe that's not what I need. See, what I need is it's another 1mm ball stud washer, of course it is. Do I have another orange one that I can use? Oh no, I don't think that's 1mm. I might be out of them. I think this is 0.5 millimeter. Do I need to order more orange spacers? Damn it. Might be stuck using blue. Use a bit of black grease on the turn. Yeah, 100%. I do plan to use the black grease. I learned that when I built my Techno. I think I used a little bit of black grease on those as well, but yeah, dang it, guys! I think we're using one of the kit spacers on this steering link. I hate to do it, but I don't have a choice. I'm gonna order more. I'm gonna order more of those orange washers. Just making sure I size that up right. Okay. Make sure. Yep, that is where it should go. Now I need to make sure I know. I'm guessing 92419 is probably this guy. Pretty sure. What's up, Skylar? Just built my first kit 2 weeks ago with my son. We built two-wheel drive slide. Oh, dude, that's awesome. I seen in one of your videos where you said your day job has something with monster trucks. Maybe I misheard. Okay, so for some background, my full-time adult big boy job is I work for a software company. We make software for fire departments, EMS, police agencies. My side gig that I've been doing since, 12 years ago? I work for a monster truck company in the summer called Monster Truck Throwdown. And we put on monster truck shows across the Midwest and a couple in Canada also. So that company's been rolling for 12 years. I also previously worked for Monster Jam full time. So that's my summer gig, dude. M3 by 12. Let's see. Make sure I got the right one. The M3 by 12 isn't mentioned in this comparison chart, but it's longer than the 10 and it's shorter than the 20, so I can only assume this is the right one. Black grease. We're using black grease for the first time. Yeah, it's very cool that you guys built those two-wheel drive slashes. And for, how old is your son? Like, that's a really cool thing to start getting into for him, I'm sure, right? Okay, now somebody can answer this for me. I assume being that this is a set screw that you can put a driver in here, which I'm sure I'll want to do to start off with. And then I could put something in the end to hold on to it while I do the other side. But I want to make sure that I'm not off base here, that I can do that, and that this should be, because I think this is the correct set screw. It has to be. Because it's in the bag 2 stuff, and it's a long set screw. And in the scale view, it doesn't include the 12 millimeter set screw in here at all. I think I just roll with it. That makes sense, right? So a little black grease on one end. Kind of use my finger to spread that around a little. Hey, appreciate it, Joe. Yeah, we're going to be here for a bit yet, so. First RC track in Indy. Oh, awesome. You guys planning to get into racing? Like, do they have a spec slash class or something like that that you guys can get into? Or that's rad. No, this isn't so bad so far. He's only 8. Yeah, that's awesome. Have you guys been to a monster truck show? Let me ask you that. Because that's obviously a good age for that. I just never grew out of it. RC cars, and I like pro wrestling and monster trucks. So basically, I'm a child, I guess is what I'm saying. God, it kills me to use this blue washer. It'll be replaced at some point. Oh, that's too much black grease. Don't need that much. My buddy Jordan, that has a channel called Combustion RC. He's a big sticky kicks guy, so I bought some of these tubes. So like this is black grease, and there's white grease and red grease and white lube. So I'm giving that a try. I mean, I like that it's in the syringes, and I know they're not the only ones that do it, but it's kind of nice. Man, there's nothing I hated more about the 8 scale build than the rod ends and the links and the constant measuring. And I know I'm going to have to do some of that here, but the rod ends were so thick, like with 4 C's, and that sucked. So now I'm at a point with this where I'll just take my drivers and just do the old twisty McGoo here. Now I believe you should basically be able to more or less tighten these, or they probably won't tighten, but yeah, they don't tighten. But I believe that the ends are offset from each other, basically, or maybe not that much. Let's see. Try to match this up to what the manual shows a bit, I guess. Yeah, it looks about right. So we got a steering link there. Progress. Yep, they have a 2-wheel drive stock class. Haven't done a race yet, but we plan to. My son is a huge monster truck fan. We go to Monster Jam and 4x4. Yep, so I've done probably 4 shows in Lucas Oil Stadium. But the company I work for now through the summer, we do a couple Indiana shows that I can't remember the names of. But we do a ton in Michigan. The company's based in Michigan. I'm in Wisconsin. But we do a couple in Wisconsin, a good handful in Illinois. We do one in Mansfield, Ohio, unfortunately. Nothing against Mansfield, Ohio, but it's a 13-hour drive for me, and I don't enjoy that. Okay, what now? Ooh, electronics. All right, so our servo. We are running a Nitro Pro servo. It is a Nitro Pro KS1 Pro. I got a Nitro Pro Jared Tebow servo in the EV48 2.2, and there's a lot of good servos that are going to run very similarly to each other. The nice thing about this company is the guarantees and the way they back their products, and you really can't go wrong with that. Oh, Tyler, you're killing me. He's running 3mm. So Tyler pointed out in the setup sheet that I have, because I sent it to Tyler to look at, he pointed out that the spacer that we put in this link, the manual shows 1mm, but in Dustin's setup sheet, it looks like it's using a 3mm spacer. So maybe I can use my orange spacer after all. Oh yeah, now I see it. Now I see it. Okay. So I guess we will change that out to a 3mm spacer. I'm guessing the kit doesn't come with a 3mm spacer to use in its place. Because, yeah, I have a bunch of 1mm spacers, so I guess it works out that we have those extra orange spacers after all, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to put a 3mm spacer in there. So we'll take this one end off. Bought titanium turnbuckles and all my screws from Sticky Kicks, great company. They sent me an email thanking me and sent me a bunch of extra stickers and trinkets. Very nice. It's nice to buy from a company that takes care of you. Dustin setup, he runs. Yep. Okay, yep. So we'll swap that out. Especially the university. Go blue. Okay. I mean, I don't follow college sports though. I do fantasy football. Watch a lot of football. That's about the extent of it. So 3mm spacer. Okay. Typically there are no 3. Got it. So
I wonder if this kit of spacers I bought has a 3, because there's a couple in here that are honkers. So I do have a 3mm spacer here, so I'm going to throw that in. Reply to a quick message here. Da-da-da-da-da. Man, you guys rule. We've had about the same amount of people watching almost the entire time, so I can't say it enough. I really appreciate you guys. This is cool. This is very, very cool. First live stream on the channel. And I can't say the build so far has been the biggest success in the world based on our trials and tribulations. But the stream, very successful. I'm excited to keep it rolling through the week here. The thing that I'm not excited for is to do like the soldering and stuff. It might be a bitch move, but there's a part of me that's definitely considering just not doing it and taking the stuff to Dollar Hobbies and being like, hey, can you guys solder this for me? I don't know. I really struggled with the Techno build as far as that goes. But I realized after the fact that the biggest issue I was actually having was the I got excited because the Coyote ESC had pre-tinned wires, and I learned that you should not be using that. And I don't even understand why they put it on there, because the melting point of the solder they use for their pre-tin is wild. And I didn't know this until later. I'm like, I couldn't figure out why I was struggling so much. Okay. I'm also going to do the trick for the servo here, where I wrap the wire around the 2mm driver. So I'm just going to do that now. Let's see. How do I want to... Okay. It's a big thing for me to try to get the cars just looking as finished and cleaning everything as much as I can. So I'll twirl the longer wires that need to be twirled, like the ESC, probably like this. I've seen some people actually like shorten these wires and like re-crimp the end on and all that. Like I can't do that. I don't know how long I have to hold this so that it stays. So I'm just going to hold it for a couple minutes here. Well, not that long, but... So after that, we need to get the servo saver on, which, like I mentioned before, we are using a J Concepts aluminum servo horn, not saver, servo horn, instead of the stock plastic one. And then it looks like we put the steering link on the servo. We put the servo on the servo mount and bolt that down to the chassis. Then top plate, then front arms. Rocking and rolling. Things are going good. All right. So here we go. We have our little pigtail wire here now for our servo. That's cool. I like that. All right. I saw the servo in action. My buddy Christian Franchek was racing at Dollar Hobbies, and I went over there to just check out the racing scene and
Yeah, he showed me that servo. I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, that thing was cooking, man. That's a good servo. All right, so now we need to get the servo horn going here. So I did already plug this servo into my 8-scale buggy and turned it on so I can make sure the servo was centered. So I should be good to basically put this thing straight up and down. My buddy George is watching. No. So I should be able to get the servo horn on here. It's straight up and down. Right off the bat. Because the servo's already centered. Servo horn ring. I don't think I need the servo horn ring. Do I? I mean, I'm not using the stock servo horn. I don't know if that's something that I've seen before. Somebody out there wants to let me know. Servo horn ring. Do I need it or no? I'm guessing not, but I'm not positive. Oh, I think I found it. It's aluminum. Okay. Don't need it for the aluminum. Okay. Yeah, so this little bag has the ball studs, the ball stud washer. Oh, so there are more ball stud washers. Okay. Don't need that. All right. It's for the plastic one. Copy. Since it's the aluminum servo horn, I'm probably going to put a dab of Loctite on here, I guess. You know what? You guys are awesome. This is how I'm going to build every kit from now on. Just exclusively on live streams. Oh, God. Just making a mess. Is there a brand of tools that you guys are using and it's not MIP? Do you have a favorite that's not MIP? Because I have MIP for my hex drivers, and then I'm just using ProTech nut drivers. And then I have the MIP speed bits as well, obviously. I'll give that a decent little snug. Okay, so we got that. Ball stud washer for the ball stud on the servo horn. Is that necessary? I don't know if this is mentioned at all in the setup sheet. Not seeing it. I mean, I think the dimensions need it. Okay, okay. We'll throw it. Yeah, because I was going to say, I think the dimensions for the servo horn, like between the J-Con and the stock plastic, are largely the same. But so we'll do that. And then we're going to need some Loctite there, obviously, as well. 8mm, so I'll make sure I'm using the right ball stud just in case. I always want to double check, 'cause I really just hate to take anything off and Put it back on. We're good to go. Need a washer to make sure the link is straight. Run a 2mm. Now you're messing with my head here. Run 2mm. So just to clarify, we are talking the ball stud to the servo horn. We want 2mm, correct? All right, I got a 2mm here, I believe, and I will verify with these bad boys. All right, got that. Make sure I grab my Loctite here. Nope, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Loctite. Should have put the washer on the screw before doing the Loctite. Would have been less messy, but can't win them all. You cannot win them all. All right, we got that good to go. I guess I might have a little excess there I can wipe off. You guys rock. Really appreciate you, of course. All right. We're rolling. We're rolling. So we are, I think we're good on the servo. We've got the servo horn. We've got the ball stud. We didn't need the servo horn ring. So now we can put the servo on the servo mount. Man. Whoo, 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 whoo. Servo mount, here it is. Oh. What is this little thing that just rolled out of here with it? I don't know what the hell this is. I'm not seeing... I don't know if this is maybe just flashing. It almost looks like a pill insert, but I don't think it is. But this was in with the servo mount. It's like half round. And yeah, that. Here's what it looks like on the back side. Anybody know what this is? Or if it is anything? Let me know. Cap for the... Oh! And I will have a fan, so I shouldn't need that then. I'll set it off to the side. All right. All right, servo mount. Which screws do I need? M3x6. Looks like flathead guys. Oh, I see. Okay, yep. It is obviously its own kind of type of screw head here. I got two of them. Where are the other two? Oh, I had 2 extra set screws, and I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was I was talking to. Where I mentioned I had 2 spare set screws. I just realized those are for the sway bar links, the end links. So now I've got that squared away in my noggin, and with any luck, I might be able to put those on tonight yet. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We might not get the whole front end done, but we're gonna work towards it. So I have 2. I have 2 of those screws for the servo mount. Oh, there's one. And one more. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. Oh man. What a disaster. I have 3. I need one more. Yeah, the 3-gear transmission topic, very controversial. Ah, I found it. Very controversial. I mean, that was such a big... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what people thought of the 5-gear in the B7 when it was initially announced. But, I mean, it sounds like a lot of people, once they used it, didn't really like it. Obviously, the whole point was to be able to, you know, move the motor further up on the car. Oh, getting these screws started is not going to be fun. I'm surprised there's not an aluminum servo mount for this thing, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure you can get one. I'm just surprised it's not... aluminum isn't stock. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I know people are pretty excited about the 3-gear transmission that just came out in the SC7, and also, you know, you can get it for the B7 too. It's something that Dustin and I talked about a little bit, and he said, I have no problems with the 5-gear. So, I mean, I have no intentions of going 3-gear anytime soon, at least. We'll stick with 5-gear. And I think the biggest thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody that's smarter than me, which is all of you, but I think the biggest thing that going from the 5-gear to the 3-gear does is reduce your rotating mass. Hand tighten. I would think even with the bigger idler gears, like, you're still reducing the rotating mass. You got less bearings, less pins. Just, I mean, I would think, I don't know if it's necessarily any lighter, but I don't know. Okay. So we've got our servo on the servo mount. I'll try to do a better job of kind of showing you guys things as they go along. Sorry for I don't have my main overhead light on. I just like the vibe without it, I guess. All right. So now we need to attach the servo mount to the chassis, I believe, is next. Well, I guess we could put our steering link on. So let's do that. Okay. Obviously a big difference. Oh, that popped on way easier than I thought. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, I know a big difference with 10 scale and 8 scale is everything pops on and off, right? So, okay, and once we get the servo mounted, then we can put the link on the steering rack. And that's not flopping around. Okay, so it looks like, what screws do we need? M3 by 10 millimeter flatheads. Is that what this is? I think I got what I need here. M3 by 10. Is that what you are also? M3 by 10. I'll just double check the sizing before I put these in. I just want to make sure I'm always using the right stuff. All right. I think we're good there. So try to line this up. Ooh, there's one. That's all I need to start. Yeah. Oh. Come on, you bitch. Like I said, I'm surprised it's not an aluminum servo mount, but is there anybody out there that runs an aluminum servo mount? I'm guessing, Tyler, you probably don't. And we hand tighten. Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't have my torque setting cranked on this drill. So as far as plastic goes, it gets most of the way there. But and the factory Team Blue is definitely different than the J Concepts Blue. That might irritate me a bit as time goes on. I don't know if you can see that the difference in the servo horn and the rest of the steering assembly. So we'll pop the steering link from the servo onto the bell cranks here. Come on. Aha! There we go. Our steering assembly is good to go. All right. Next is our top plate, our carbon top plate. I'll get the flashing off of this quick. Fits like a glove. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, they're so good. All right. Oh, I'm getting excited. It's coming together, guys. So I need 3 M3 by 16 screws. Looks like button head. 1, 2, 3. I think these are the 3 I need. M3 by 16. Yep. So we'll slot those right in real quick like. Here's a question for you guys. What's the last concert you've been to, or what's the next concert you're going to? My wife and I and a few other friends were going to see A Day to Remember. It was one of my favorites. We're going to see him in Minneapolis on Sunday. And Yellow Card is with them, which obviously everybody knows Yellow Card. Well, not everybody, but they're fairly popular-ish. I just don't know enough of their songs. They have a couple other bands opening for them too. One more. And we hand tighten. Don't need much there. Okay. Now, got some more suspension stuff going on. We have arms going on. Okay, so it looks like I can go ahead and get the ends put on the sway bar here. Oh, that's something. I think I put it back in the bag. The actual links that go from the sway bar end to the arms. Oh, I think it's in here. No. Ah, right here. I think this is it. I hope. Cut those off. Chance, that's a very interesting question. I'm glad everything RC is metric, but you know, I can only assume there was a time where that was not the case, right? So, yeah, I hate to say it, but I think I want that. J Concept steering rack. Hopefully, this is normal. Somebody, let me know if I'm crazy or not. I've got a little plane here without the servo moving. Is that all right? Half standard, half metric. That's wild. Check if the way too loose. Okay. Check if the ball crank is tightened. Okay, let me see what I can figure out there. Because I know some of it I loosened up a bit to ensure it was, you know, moving freely, but it seems like a lot of the play is coming in the steering link. It seems like it's right in here. I don't know if that's something maybe I should revisit later or what. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Yeah, because I just tried to kind of like tighten the bell cranks on the steering rack a little bit. Yeah, I don't think that's it. I think it is that link. So I will start working on the sway bar ends here quick. Little Loctite on this set screw that goes into the sway bar end. I'm going to get it started on each end. Yeah, so I mean that's something we can revisit later. Not the end of the world though. It is what it is. It's really fun working on monster trucks and seeing how big some things are and silly they are compared to like something like this. Sway bars in there, massive. So this is obviously a bit different from that. Okay, so there's one. You know what would be kind of nice? I haven't used this yet. I bought a foam car stand. Bring things up a little bit closer to my level. Actually, maybe after I get this one on. Oh man, what a night. What a night of fun. Isn't that right? I'm not going to go too much farther. Maybe I can finish this page and get the arms on, and then once we get to that point, I might call it quits for the night and go relax a little before bed. I had to get up early this morning for a fire call. Like an hour and a half earlier than I normally get up. And then, of course, you know, your adrenaline's going when you come back home and you can't fall back asleep. Trying to get this lined up so the sway bar isn't sticking out of the end, obviously, but a little tedious to get it exactly flush. I think we got it. Try not to reef on. I don't want to bend the sway bar, obviously. All right. And then I have my links here I can throw on. Yeah. make sure the sway bar is still moving okay. For the most part it is, I think. Alright. Let's see if I can pop these on. There we go. One more. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sweet. That's good. Now, car stand. Look at that. Okay. Next is the arms. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Like I mentioned before, we are running the carbon arms. Where did I put them? Where did the carbon arms go? Oh, where? Ah! They're hiding. Front carbon arms, factory team. Like I said earlier, we are running carbon arms front and rear on this thing. So we just have to remove the flashing. And I want to make sure these don't bind up or anything, so if I see even just a hint of flashing remaining, I'll just scrape it off with the knife really quick. No biggie. I think this one's pretty good. Just like to run my finger over that, make sure it's nice and smooth. Whoop. All right. Make sure I have these oriented the right way. So what I'm going to do is, oh, okay. So we put a screw on the back, which I assume is a stop for the hinge pin. A little flashing on here still I need to get rid of. All right, I think we're good there. All right. They do say left and right on here. So yep, that looks good to me. So yeah, we need to put the little stopper screw in here, which is a M2x4. Is that you? This might be you. Ooh, I'm not sure. Nope, yep, that has to be it. That has to be it. Okay. Where'd you go? Okay. I think I got what I need on this one. I hope. Anybody on the concert topic here? What was either the first concert that you've been to or the next one you're going to? Actually, I don't think this is the right one. Maybe this is the right one. That was close. I wish the manuals would tell you what size the hex head is. I mean, generally speaking, can get it right every time, but it'd still be kind of nice. Speed things up a little for you. Yep, this is what we need. Okay, we're good. We are good. There's one. And one more for the right arm. All right, now hinge pins. Right here, here's our hinge pins and our shock tower. I might take a little bit of mousse slick and actually spray it on these hinge pins here. Even if it doesn't necessarily help anything, it sure ain't gonna hurt anything. Okay. So left is going to go on here. There we go. And then of course right is going to go on here. That hinge pin is not going in all the way. Ooh. I didn't think it would need that much persuasion, but it moves, so I mean we're good. Okay. Oh. Tyler said do not put anything on the hinge pins. Oh, darn. Well, I guess just to be safe, I'll just slide them out and I'll spray them off. Oh. The hinge pin screw, or the screw that we used to stop the hinge pin, is no longer in the arm. What the hell? That's a problem. Nothing on the pins, noted. I mean, I know it's too late now, but I'm going to wipe them off. And like I said, guys, we're learning here. We're learning. So wipe those clean. Hopefully we'll be all right. Yeah, we've got a little issue here. I put the stopper screw there in the arm, and it's no longer in the arm. Not really sure how that can be a thing. Yep, you're right. You're right, I put it on the other end. Thank you. Goodness gracious, guys. If it's not one thing, it's another, I'm telling you. But that makes more sense as to why it went into the left way easier than the right. That makes sense. All right. We wiped our hinge pin off.
we have the stop screw in there now. Push that in. Bango, bango, and that's sitting flush. Now we'll push the other side out. Wipe it off. And the stop screw is where it's supposed to be on that. All right, retry this one. Boom. All right, we're good to go. All right, now we need to do set screws on the bottom. And this part, this sounds silly just because I'm new, but I always thought the hinge pins were supposed to move, and I've since learned that is not the case. But I guess it wouldn't be a hinge technically if that were the case. So we have these set screws here for the hinge pins. And once we get through this, I'll evaluate where we're at. So I have my 4 set screws. Yep. Okay, and obviously they all get thread locked here. Any tips that you guys have on this part here? Because I'm guessing they may not necessarily need to be reamed down. Obviously I want to make sure that I'm not binding anything. Yeah, see, I didn't even tighten that down, and that arm is no longer moving freely. But I feel like it's not even touching the hinge pin at all at this point. So this is just going like just barely finger tight. Push the arm folding while holding the pin back. I do not have a reamer. Push the arm forward while holding the pin back. Okay, and good note on doing them evenly also. Okay, well, I'm going to get the other one in here and then see if we can get it situated. Yeah, the droop on the Techno is not limited at all. It is full blown. That's just what the kit setup was. Okay, push the arm forward while pushing the pin back. Yeah, it's really like the second that those set screws touch the hinge pin, that's when Yep, Shantz, that's a good idea. I do think I actually did that in a Techno build. Yeah, so I'm kind of not sure what to do on this. like, I don't think it's touching the hinge pin at all. The set screws are. And the second that it does, it binds. So I don't know if I'm good to leave it backed off enough where it's not binding. Because, I mean, the set screws are in there. I mean, I guess all I can do for now is leave it, right? Like, I don't think the set screws are touching the hinge pins, though. So, I don't know, guys. Yeah, I don't have a reamer, though. I don't know. I don't know if I can find, was it 3mm reamer? I don't know if that's something I can just find at, like, my local hardware store or something. Yeah, Big Ben, I guess that's a good point. Maybe Tyler, if he's still here, can shed some light on, I guess, what the set screws do? I don't really understand. Well, because, I mean, I guess what confuses me is if the hinge pins are not supposed to move and the set screws keep them from moving, what's causing the binding? Is it that it's making the hinge pins flex enough? I don't know. I just want to do things right, you know, as much as possible. Set screws hold the pin solid in the bulkhead, which means the arm is rotating on the pin. Typically, the holes need to be reamed out for this to be free. Yeah, damn it. Bassin, appreciate you. Yeah, man, we're all nerds. Yeah, man, I don't know. I guess I'm not sure if I have a 3mm drill bit or not. It's a good question. I like where this is at right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I tried pushing the arms forward and whatnot, and I just... So, I mean, it looks good, but, like, obviously, those hinge pins might be moving. Yeah, this one definitely is. So, I don't know if I have the capability to get a, you know, a reamer anytime soon. But for now, I guess it just is what it is. Of course, always open to any thoughts on that. I'll attach these sway bar ends here. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, come on. Pliers? Is that the right way to do this? I don't know. Grab a different pair. There we go. Yeah, I'm scratching on my arm. That's fun. How's the build going? Christian, brother. Fuck. The whole steering rack was an absolute pain in the dick. That really sucked. The other thing we run into is if I tighten the set screws for the hinge pins enough, then the arms bind. So I think the consensus largely is that the holes in the arms maybe need to be reamed, and I don't have a reamer. So for now, I'm going to, yeah, I'm just going to attach the front sway bars and I guess revisit the arms later. I don't really know what else to do with it at this point. Otherwise, it's been pretty good. I mean, we're almost good on, you know, the front end stuff minus, I guess, like the corners and whatnot. How in the hell? I mean, this part's starting to piss me off. Are these sway bar links carbon? I mean, are they carbon out of the box? Because I didn't get carbon links. Flathead screwdriver. I have one of those. It's kind of big, but it might work. I got the other one on. Oh, here's a smaller one. This might work.